and easily answer that. Okay,
Yeah.
so let us try to
Okay.
discuss that later when we do the examination. All right. So,
Yeah.
and other clarification with what we have discussed last week. In fact, we have completed all the discussions. Okay, for um, uh, clauses of the international standards for ISO 9001 2015. Okay, so we have to remember, okay, we do have clauses such as clause number 4, context of the organization. Clause number 5, that is leadership. Okay, clause number 6, planning. Clause number 7, support. Clause number 8, operation. Clause number 9, performance evaluation. In clause number 10, improvement. These are the requirements of the ISO 9001 2015. And of course, as an auditor, you should always refer to these international standard requirements when you are doing an audit. Okay, of course, there are other criteria when you do an audit, such as the organization's policies and procedure, the applicable statutory and regulatory requirements, or any requirements deemed necessary for the implementation of the management system of the organization. Like say, for example, it could be a customer requirements, okay, a client requirements, or any requirements you think it is important to be added as a criteria when you're doing an audit. Last week, we further discussed the principles in auditing, as well as the roles and responsibilities of an auditor, right? So, with regards to the principles of auditing, actually, all right, we do have integrity, fair presentation, due professional care, confidentiality, independence, evidence-based approach, and they added one principle, which is a risk-based approach. All of the international standards developed by the ISO, right? They always explicitly mentioning the risk-based approach. Okay, because this is a very important process to be integrated when we are doing an audit. So, as an auditor, it is very important that we possess with all of these principles for us to be able to add value to the organization. Importantly, as an auditor, okay, either you are a member of the audit team or you are leading the team, okay, it is important that roles and responsibilities are defined. It is documented and, of course, should be understood by everyone. So, as a lead auditor, basically, you are leading the team, okay, and you control and manage the team, in accordance, of course, to the requirements of the ISO 19011 2018. So, organization, direction of the audit plan is very important. You should provide direction, a guidance to your team for you to be able to come up with a conclusion, okay, to your audit criteria. As an auditor, of course, you do have responsibility as well, okay, as defined by the lead auditor, as well as documented in your procedures, like preparing the working documentation, such as checklists. When you go for an audit, it is very important that you understand the process of the organization. Like, say, for example, if you are auditing the procurement department, before going to that department, it is important that you do document review, by understanding the policies, the procedure of procurement, and any other standard operating procedures applicable into their process. Okay, so when you are doing an audit, again, it is very important also that you collect objective evidences. Okay, so when we say objective evidences, when your auditee presented you an evidence, like say for example, whether they showed you documents or records, or they discussed this with you during an interview, or you observed this during your site tour, it is very important that you verify all of those data and information available. Okay, it is not that you as an auditor, you come up into a conclusion and you judge immediately. It is not like that. Okay, always you should come up with the findings that is objective. Okay, so preparation of audit report is very important also. Okay, you should give all the inputs, findings, whether the finding is a non-conformity or a positive findings, to be shared with your lead auditor. Okay, any issues and concerns that you may face during the audit, need to communicate with the uh, team as well. All right, so it's very important to uh, take note all of those points when we are doing the audit. Of course, as an auditor, we should also possess necessary attributes to enable, to act in accordance with the principles of auditing. And as an auditor, we should exhibit professional behavior during the performance of our audit activities. Okay, so these are professional behaviors, as you can see, are all listed in the slides. Us being ethical and open-minded, tenacious, self-reliant, observant, diplomatic, etc. Okay, so it's very important that we possess all of this behavior, these attributes, so that during an audit would be good for us to add value to the processes and activities of the organization. All right. Um, when it comes to knowledge and skills necessary for an audit team. There are areas that we should um, remember as well. Like for example, we as an auditor, we should be able to understand the types of risks and opportunities associated with auditing and the principles of the risk-based approach to auditing. So of course, during the planning and organizing the work, it should be done effectively, and we need to perform the audit within the agreed time schedule. Okay, like say for example, in your audit plan, you will be doing the audit in, this date, today, for example, and you stated in your audit plan to start the kickoff meeting at 10 in the morning. So it's very important that as an auditor, you started the audit at 10 in the morning. Okay, because that is initially agreed already by both parties. Okay, so we should prioritize and focus on matters of significance, as per the processes and function mentioned in the audit plan. Of course, you may need also to communicate effectively, orally and in writing, either personally or through the use of interpreters. It is very important actually, especially if you are auditing in another places or locations requiring interpreters, because sometimes maybe your auditee may not know how to speak Hindi or Urdu or Arabic or Tagalog like this, or English. It's very important. You may need to consider these points as well. Okay, and when you are collecting information through effective interviewing, listening, observing, reviewing documented information, we have to ensure that we take those into consideration as well. And of course, understanding and consideration of technical experts' opinion. At times, during the audit, we may need a technical expert. Sometimes auditors, they don't have the specialization on that area. Like, say, for example, you are auditing an hospital and your auditee is doctors and you are not a doctor. So basically, that is not your specialization. You can audit the management system of the company, of the organization, but how the doctor does the operation may not be exactly, So you may need a technical expert to help you furtherly, understand the audit process. Okay, so that is what is necessary skills and knowledge um, uh, necessary for all of the auditors. Okay, so is there a question with that? Any other clarification that you wanted to ask? All right. So if there's none, let us move on to the life cycle of an audit. Class, in an audit activities, there are three phases. Pre-audit activities, okay? These are the activities that, auditors and auditee do part of the preparation before the audit, okay? We have an on-site audit activities. This is now the actual audit. All right. So what are the things that you should do when you are doing an audit? And after the audit, these are now the activities that auditors, auditee should take into consideration. Okay, so let us discuss pre-audit activities. So in the pre-audit activities, all right, we have initiating the audits and preparing audit activities. During the initiation of the audit, all right, um, there should have a process where you contacted the auditee, all right. So you know in here, class, all right, the audit team leader should ensure that a contact is made with the auditee, to, of course, confirm communication channels with the auditee's representative. Like, so for example, you may wanted to, um, um, contact your auditee. All right, I'll be auditing your process. Who would be the process owner of your team? Okay, of your function, of your process. Okay, and then of course confirm the authority to conduct the audit. Okay, and of course providing relevant information on the audit objectives, the scope, the criteria, the methods, and audit team composition, including the technical expert. Okay, so there should have arrangement to all of that. And of course, request access to relevant information for planning purposes, including information and the risks and opportunities of the organization that has identified and how they are addressed. Okay, so in here you are coordinating with your auditee the points that you should consider when you are an audit, when you are doing an audit in their operation. Like, say for example, is there any required PPE that we should use before we go for an audit? Is there anything that we should remember when we are at site? Or what are the regulations when we are doing the audit? So of course, it's very important that we should auditors and auditee agree on those information. Determining any location-specific arrangement for access, health and safety may need to be considered, confidentiality, security, those things. Like say for example, prior to audit, one company, okay, that I audited, because it's a military site. And as an auditor, there are things that you should remember before entering into a military site. Like say, for example, your auditee may need to communicate with you, okay? You need to submit first your, um, personal informations, documentation like passport, for example, Emirates ID, in some form that you need to fill out. And when you, before going inside the site, of course, you should not bring your mobile phone with camera, things like that. So those are an example that we should look for, and we should communicate with the auditor, with the auditee. Okay, that is why it's very important to contact with the auditee for us to be able to determine the feasibility of the audit. Okay, so in here we are resolving the issues regarding the composition of the activities going on in the organization. And remember also that the feasibility of the audit should determine, to provide reasonable confidence that the audit objectives can be achieved. And the determination of feasibility should take into consideration factors, such as the availability of, sufficient and appropriate information for planning and conducting the audit, whether there is a adequate cooperation from the auditee, and an adequate time and resources for conducting the audit. All right. So when we talk about resources, this may include access to adequate and appropriate information and communication technology. And remember, class, that where the audit is not feasible, then an alternative should be proposed to the audit client in agreement with the auditee. Okay, so that has to be confirmed during the initiation of the audit. Now, there are activities that we need to perform, okay, before the audit. So number one is performing review of documented information. In here, the relevant management system documented information of the auditee should be reviewed, in order to gather information to understand the auditee's operation, and of course to prepare audit activities as well as applicable audit work documents, in each of the process. Like say for example, you do audit planning, you do the preparation of your audit checklist, those things. Okay, and of course, to establish an overview of the extent of the documented information, to determine possible conformity to the audit criteria, and to detect possible areas of concern, such as any deficiencies, any omissions, or any conflict. Okay, so the documented information, of course, should include but not limited to the management system documents and records, as well as the previous audit reports. And the review, of course, should take into account the context of the organizations, including the size, the nature, the complexity, as well as the risk and opportunities. And of course, we should also take into consideration the scope, the criteria, and the objectives of the audit. Okay, another activity that we should consider also is audit planning. Okay, as a audit team leader, okay, in the organization carrying out an audit should adopt a risk-based approach to planning the audit based on the information in the audit program. as well as the documented information provided by the auditee. Okay, so of course, the audit planning should consider the risk of the audit activities on the auditee's processes and provide the basis for the agreement among the audit client, the audit team, and the auditee regarding the conduct of the audit. Okay, so that is related to audit planning. And of course, uh, at this stage, the audit team leader, the lead auditor, should consider the composition of the audit team and its overall competence. Like, say, for example, all right, we will be doing an audit in a construction industry, okay, contracting company. So the auditor should be knowledgeable, okay, in this activity, in this operation. So the audit team leader may need to select, the competency of the auditors. Okay, do they have an experience in carrying out an audit in the construction industry? Okay, so do they know the processes in construction? Do they know the policies and procedures in construction? Things like this. So that a competent auditor may need to be assigned in that area. Of course, sampling techniques. When you're doing an audit, it is very important that sampling techniques is also considered. Okay, so those are the things that we should consider when we are preparing the audit activity. Assigning work to audit team, the team leader or the lead auditor, in consultation with the team, the audit team, should assign to each team member responsibility for auditing specific processes, activities, and function. Like, say, for example, okay, our lead auditor would be Miss Kulud. Miss Kulud will now assign who would do the audit in each of the processes. Like, so for example, if Miss Kulud is the lead auditor, okay, and there are auditors, okay, namely Miss Zara, Miss Shaima, Miss Maria. Now, what will happen is that Miss Kulud will assign who will audit procurement, who will audit design process, who will audit HR process, depending on the availability of the auditors and the context of the organization. Okay, so remember, class, that such assignment should take into account the impartiality and objectivity, as well as the competence of the auditors and the effective use of resources, as well as different roles and responsibilities of an auditor, the training that they have, as well as technical expert. Okay, and then of course we have documented information to be prepared during the audit. Okay, so the team members, all of us, of course, as an auditor, should collect and review the information relevant to the audit assignment. Okay, and prepare documented information for the audit using appropriate media. So, what are those documented information that we should prepare? Of course, either a physical or a digital checklist, like a hard copy document listing all of the checkpoint that you wanted to check during your audit. Digital, sometimes because nowadays because the technology and innovation around us, we're using a application during the audit just to do a very good and fast audit. Okay, audit sampling details, audiovisual information. So this media should not restrict, of course, the extent of the audit activities, which can change as a result of the information collected during the audit. Okay, so preparing this documented information during the audit. Now, In here, in the audit planning, all right, there are points that we should remember, okay, when we are planning the audit. Okay, so what are those? The sequence and timing of audit activities. Okay, like say for example, okay, we plan the audit today. What are the points that we should audit first? Like say for example, after the kickoff meeting or the opening meeting, you may need to audit first the top management. Check their involvement, how they are committed, how they provide leadership to the effectiveness of the quality management system, and then you will audit um, the other function. Okay, so you need to assess all of these things during the audit planning. Okay, what is the details to look for? What, when. Okay, and you may also wanted to ask the inputs of the auditee, during the planning stage, like confirming whether this team is available at this time. All right, because of course our auditee may have prior schedule, prior appointments before the audit. Okay, so it should be communicated to them clearly, and of course that should be accepted by the auditee. So we should use the time and resources available to us, okay, efficiently and effectively. And the audit, of course, should be flexible and disallow changes. Okay, so it's very important to reiterate that as well to your auditing, because sometimes there are activities that needs to be considered as well by them. Now, let us talk about the audit plan. Okay, so once you consider all of those things as discussed, okay, here now the time where you do the audit planning. So what is the details of the audit? Okay, audit planning should be sufficiently flexible, to permit changes which can become necessary as the audit activities progress. And the audit planning should address or reference the following, the objectives of the audit. Why are we doing this audit? That should be clearly stated in your audit plan. Okay, like so for example, why are we doing an audit? To evaluate the organization's conformity with regards to the requirements of ISO 9001. Any other objectives why we are doing an audit? To identify opportunities for improvement, right? What else? Any other objectives that you can think? Why are we doing an audit? To verify implementation of the documented policies and procedures. That can also be an objective why we are doing an audit, right? So those things needs to be, detailed or mentioned in the audit objectives. Of course, the audit scope, including the identification of the organization, its function, as well as the processes to be audited. The criteria or any reference documented information may need to be addressed as well during the audit planning. All right, the locations, either you do virtual audit, online audit, or a physical audit. How you do this, when, the dates, the expected time and duration of the audit activities to be conducted, including meetings with the auditees and management. Okay, areas to be audited, the sites, the activities and system. All right, so it's very important to include that as well. Auditee representation. Like, so for example, what is the roles and responsibilities of the audit team member, as well as the guides and observers or interpreters. Okay, and of course the duration and time of the audit. So the advantages of having a plan during the audit clarifies the purpose of an audit. Your auditee will um, understand why are we doing an audit. Okay, because sometimes auditee may think that, oh, RJ is coming do an audit to find fault again. So that perception may need to be changed. Like, RJ is doing an audit because he wanted to assess the organization's conformity with regards to the international standard requirements, or RJ is doing an audit because he wanted to assess and verify effective implementation of the procedures, whether we are following this. Or say, for example, we do an audit because, to identify further improvement. Okay, so things like this. All right, so that is the advantage of an audit plan. Of course, the timing, the schedule, okay, available to us during the audit may be used effectively. All right, like, so for example, you will be auditing procurement for 2 hours. Okay, having this plan will, guide you to complete your audit as per the other processes and function available. Okay, everything is covered, of course. It will give a structure to the audit, and it will give a professional approach. Okay, so that is the advantages of an audit plan. Okay, so I have here actually a exercises. Who among you experienced to prepare audit plan? Anyone? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, Miss Kalud. Have you experienced preparing audit plan, or you saw any audit plan?
Honestly, no.
Not yet.
Like I just attended the audit.
I see. What about Madam Shaima and Madam Zara? Any chance you've seen an audit plan or?
Yeah, for me, I see one time they came to evaluate the simulation and they said to with each simulation employee and they told them show us this program that you work with. They are assessing them if they are knowing how they deal with this software and what is the major outputs from this software. So I see it in real life.
Okay, great to know that. Now, in here class, we have a activity. All right. So I hope you started working on your exercises as well, the one that I gave you last week. Okay, all you have to do is to print all of those and try to answer those. Okay, because I need you to submit that by next week. Okay, so that is a part of your continuous assessment, okay, with regards to this training course. One more that we should add in there is the preparation of the audit plan. So in your we have a checklist there, all right, a template like this, okay, an audit plan, and I wanted you to prepare a audit plan, okay, covering the processes of the organization for 2 days. Okay, so with your company, okay, you need to do a audit plan. Okay, so the reference number, when we say audit reference number, a unique number to identify the audit. Okay, company name, your company name, where is it located? Okay, what is the objective of the audit? Why are you gonna do the audit? What is the aim? What is the purpose? Okay, the scope of the audit. Okay, what is the boundaries and applicability of the audit? Okay, Abu Dhabi, and what is the process and function you will be auditing. Criteria. So your criteria, of course, would be ISO 9001 2015 requirements or the documented policies and procedures of the company and when you will do the audit. And of course, here you have a date, time, department or process who will be doing an audit and who would be your auditor. Okay, so this is the exercises that you should complete as well to be submitted by next. Any question here?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes,
So
madam.
audit planning is similar to minutes of meeting for the audit?
I'm sorry, what is that again?
Yeah, audit planning is audit plan. It's similar to minutes of meeting for the audit. Like
This
when it will start, it will end with what? With each
exactly.
department.
Yes, true. Let me show you an example of an audit plan. Okay. Let me just open one document for you. Okay, here it is. All right, so this is an example of an audit plan. Okay, so you have here the audit reference. What is the type of an audit? Is this an internal audit or external audit? The company name, the location, the audit date. Okay, objective of the audit. So let's say, for example, the objective of the audit is to verify conformity to ISO 9001, assess the effectiveness of the implemented QMS, and identify opportunities for improvement. Scope of the audit. The audit covers the documentation and implementation of what? The company name, okay, based on the ISO 9001 and system implementation within its operation. Okay, so this business scope. What is the scope of your business as per your trade license, for example? Okay, or as per your activities in the company. The criteria, of course, the manual of the company, the standard, the procedures, work instruction, and the audit team. Like, say, for example, your auditor would be Christina, and the lead auditor would be RJ. And in here now, you are now, putting all the activities, processes, and area at what time and who would participate. And like, say, for example, 9:30 to 10 a.m. is the coordination. 10 a.m. to 10:30 is the opening meeting. By who? The audit and the participants. It could be the top management, could be the, any managers available. And then you will now audit each of the processes. Either you do an audit by departments, by function, or as per the standard requirements. Okay, so there is a lunch break also, and then the next processes, and then initial closing meeting. And then on day two, of course, just continuously doing the other processes as well. And then you have the site tour, when you are doing an on-site audit, for example, for 2 hours or 1 hour, depending on the plan. Okay, any other processes, and then of course, closing meeting. So that is the audit plan look like. Now, in your exercise, okay, so what you need to do here actually is the same. It's just similar to what I have showed you. It is just that you need to write there, okay, in the checklist provided, in the template provided, the information of your organization, okay, so that you will be able to prepare an audit plan for 2 days.
So what's the objective? What shall we mention, for example? It
Uh,
is audit. What is audit object? You mean it's the documented or processes or the, yani what? I didn't get the objective actually.
Okay. What is the objective of the audit? Okay. So in here, what is the purpose?
To get
What is
ISO, right?
exactly? ISO. So let's say, for example, here, the objective, for example, is this. Okay. Why are you doing an audit? To determine and evaluate the following. Verify conformity to ISO 9001 requirements. to check if the documented procedures are applicable, it is being followed, is it adequate, assess the effectiveness of the implemented QMS, all right, and identify opportunities for improvement. So in here you are writing what is the reason why you are doing an audit, what is the aim, what is the purpose, what you wanted to achieve. So in this case, to verify conformity of ISO requirements, like this.
So here type of audit will be internal. So all these activities will be internally, not within the auditor from external party.
External and internal are both applicable.
So audit plan for this task, do you concern internal or external or both? Could be
This
either one of them.
Yeah. In here, in this example that I showed you, this is internal audit.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So in your exercise also, it's going to be an internal audit. I'm sorry. This is the other documents. This one. Yeah. So here. So a company name is your own organization and you will be doing an audit as well. So it's internal audit also. But for example, if you are going to work in a certifying body, like for example, one certifying body hired you, it's the same process. It is just that you are assessing the organization's management system on a point of view of certification. Like you will be the one who will recommend that company for certification based on the audit conclusion. All right. Any other question? All right. Now, another documentation that the organization should prepare also before the audit is the checklist. Checklist is a good document to be prepared, okay, for you to be able to document, okay, the findings of your audit and ensure also that all aspects are addressed, or you will not miss anything, like so for example, all the clauses of the standards will be covered. Okay, it will also help you aid time management. Like so for example, in the checklist you have questions there, any points that you wanted to check and assess during the audit. Like say for example, you are auditing HR department. So what are the points that you wanted to check? Number one, do they have a procedure in HR? Okay, yes, no, and then you will write there also the 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 clauses. All right. So there are a lot of sources when you are doing or preparing a checklist. Okay, sources such as the requirements of the standard. Okay, the ISO 9001 2015. Any classic problems that you think is repeating in the process. Okay. Any ideas from other auditors, you can also include that during your audits. Okay, the procedures, you may wanted to include that also. Okay, so so that all points will be covered during an audit. So in here, in the audit checklist, okay, like so for example here, you will write the question. Okay, like so for example, what would be the question that you will ask for HR? What is the relevant clause? What is the evidences that you should look when you do an audit? Okay, things like this. So I'm gonna show you another example of a checklist. Let me open that. Okay, here it is. All right, so here, this is a checklist. Okay, so a checklist could be in a form of a questions. Like so for example, we have here, number one, has the organization determined external and internal issues relevant to its purpose and direction? Okay, is the organization monitor, review the information about this external and internal issues? So this is clause 4.1. So when you are auditing now the company, you will say, like say for example, they have identified the internal and external issues, put yes. If it's not, why? And then the remarks, you can write here any documents that you've seen, supporting this finding. Okay, is the quality policy is available and maintained as documented information? This is clause 5.2 of the standard. Yes or no, or not applicable. Okay, just right here. Let's say no. Why do you say it's no? Maybe the policy is not available in HR department, or the HR department doesn't have an access to the quality policy of the company. All right, communicated. Do they communicate the policy? Or say, for example, yes. Okay, so why did you say yes? Because during the interview, okay, with the HR officer, she was able to discuss with you her contribution to the policy of the organization. All right, so things like this. So
So
this check,
question.
yeah, so this
Yeah.
checkpoint will guide you, okay, during your audit. What points you should ask to your auditee. Yes, madam.
So checklist will be prepared for all respective department or discipline of the company, or this is for whole company? I mean, this sheet, for example, checklist only represent HR, right?
Yes.
Or it is same should be followed by each department?
Very good question. Actually, that is depends during the audit program preparation of the audit team. Like, say, for example, the lead auditor, okay, assigned you to audit procurement, or the lead auditor assigned you to audit projects. So what are the points that you will check in that function? Or say, for example, you are tasked to audit the whole organization. If that is the case, then all of the points coverage will be included in the checklist as per the requirements of the standards. So it depends on the scope of your assignment as an auditor. So if you are the only auditor of the company and you are tasked to do the audit for all the function and processes, then you can document that in the checkpoint, so that when you go for an audit, in an actual audit, okay, you can just use these documents to write whatever observations or findings you have noted during your audit. All right, example here. So we have here a purchasing process. Okay, so imagine that we are auditing procurement department. Okay, so we have here checkpoint number 1. How is the quality policy communicated to the purchasing department? Okay, so we have this clause 5.2.2. In your examination, by the way, class, there are questions like this. Maybe you have any chance you come across in the mock exam that my colleague sent you last night. Okay, for example, here, let me open that mock exam paper. This is the mock exam paper. Okay, sometimes there are questions like this in the examination. Okay, here in section number 3, okay, a question like, you are conducting an audit, okay, at a component manufacturing company. So the next activity on your audit plan is the organization's purchasing process. Outline in a checklist how you will perform this audit by developing a series of 10 audit checkpoints. And for each checkpoint, identify examples of the audit evidences you would want to gather and give the appropriate reference. Okay, this is the question. So you are now going to audit procurement and you need to prepare a checklist. Okay, this is the examination and this is actually 10 points. Okay, so 10 checkpoint, example of audit evidences, this is what they are asking, and give. Okay, so to answer this, okay, in your examination, you may wanted to write, you know, the points that you wanted to check during your audit in procurement department. Okay, so here is an example answer. So you have here a checklist. Okay, this is the checkpoint. Do you see the screen? I'm sorry. This one. Okay, so we have a checkpoint here. We have the clause requirements and the evidence. Okay, let's say, for example, question number 1. How is the quality policy communicated in the purchasing department? Okay, so you can ask this. How the policy of the company communicated to the purchasing staff. This is clause 5.2.2 of the policy, where you can get this clause from the international standard. What is the evidence that you should look for when you are auditing this clause? It could be a training attendance, maybe the policy of the company is posted in the notice board of procurement department, or procurement department have an access in the shared drive, like this. Okay? Number 2 question. Are the objectives or KPI of purchasing department has been established and followed up by an effective plan? Okay, so what clause is this? 6.2.1. And then quality objectives. You may wanted to check the quality objectives of purchasing department, as well as the monitoring records of the objective set by the procurement. So we have another checkpoint. What are the steps taken to control and monitor the external providers? So you may wanted to check the records of performance evaluation of supplier. Okay, so this is how you will answer the question in that examination. Okay, so there.
So how many checkpoints here?
Here we have like in the question they are going to ask you 10. You know, for example here.
So do you have, for example, extra examples like to be prepared, or we will solve it after that and the when we solve the mock exam.
When you solve the mock exam later this afternoon, okay,
Okay.
you can write from here itself in the document that I sent you. Okay, so 10 here you need to write. Now, in the examination class, okay, there are processes that they will tell you. In this case, in the mock exam, okay, this is purchasing process. Sometimes they will give question like HR process, how you will do an audit, you know, prepare a checklist, how you will audit HR process. Or say, for example, you will be auditing top management. What checkpoints you should ask them? So something like this. They will change it with different processes. And in this case, this is just an example. In fact, this question is a previous exam. Okay, this is the previous exam given, and I shared it to you so that you'll have an idea how they give questions and how you will do the answer also. All right. Any other question, class? Any other clarification? All right. So any question, class? Any clarification? Okay, it's clear. All right. So later this afternoon class, we will try to answer, okay, few questions in the mock exam paper shared to you by my colleague last night. Okay, so and we will discuss that further. Okay, so that easily next Friday when you do the examination, you will answer the questions. Okay.
Sorry, sir, I want to interrupt you here. I don't know if one of my colleagues already introduced that or no, but up to now, we didn't receive any recorded video except the first session in the first Friday. So it's very, especially that I think third or second session I didn't attend. So there is missing part from my side. I want to see all this recorded video in order to complete the assessment. So I discussed with them. They said IT engineer not here. So I don't know. I need from you to follow up because only what we have just recorded video for one session. So how we complete everything? Of course, we missed some parts and we need to understand everything before the exam. And now we have 1 week before exam. How we should prepare ourselves? So this is my concern.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do, madam. By Sunday, I'll be here on Sunday. I will try to remind again the concerned person, okay, with regards to the video of this training. Okay, second, third, and fourth training, yeah?
Yes, remaining again.
Yes, sure.
Only first.
I will relay the message, madam, to the concerned person by Sunday.
So exam confirmed to be next Friday?
Friday, I think that's the schedule.
There is any possibility to delay the exam? I
will check with them also.
Yeah, I think much better if all the students accept. I prefer that because we are not prepared due to late sending the videos, the records, and also the website is not always working. I asked Jenny about that. Like during this week, 3 days continuously, the website wasn't working, and I checked it with Jenny, and I don't know, started working on Wednesday, I think. Okay, I don't know, there's a problem due to what?
Okay. Okay, I will relay that information as well, madam, to the training coordinator, and I'll ask them to I will ask them to check on this, okay, and get back to you. I'll probably relay the information by Sunday. Okay, so the request was that the video link, okay, for second, third, and today's session, and the possibility of extending the schedule for the examination, not on Friday. Okay, I will relay that message to them because they are the one who's arranging the scheduling and those other things. All right. Is it clear? Any other concern? All right. Now, with regards to the examination, yeah, in here, sample that I gave you in the MAC examination is the checklist. Okay, so we do have here a checklist that you should prepare. Okay, and to answer that question, okay, I have here a sample answer. Okay, for purchasing process. So we have a checklist here written. Okay, we have the clause requirement in what is the evidences that you should look. Okay, so just 5 example I gave here. Of course, others can also be added. Okay, maybe in the next examination they may add another process, could be an HR process or projects or top management like this, and you need to prepare a checklist also. Okay, covering of course the requirements of the standards, and they are only like asking for 10 checkpoints. All right, so this is another exercises. You can do this at home as well. Okay, now moving on to the audit life cycle. All right. So those that we discussed, okay, preparation of audit program, preparation of audit plan, preparation of audit checklist, they are all done on a pre-audit activities. Okay. Now in here, this is now the cycle where you do a on-site audit activities. Okay, so when we say on-site audit activities, all right, you are now doing the audit. Okay, so we have here stage 1 audit and stage 2 audit. Okay, so when we say stage 1 audit class, okay, this is the document review. You know, we discussed this on the first day that this is all about assessing the completeness, okay, of the documentation of the company as per the requirements of the standards. Okay, so you as an auditor may need to check, verify those documents like the manual of the company, you know, whether the procedures is available, the work instructions like this. Okay, and of course, to verify also the scope of the management system, whether they conducted internal audit or they have conducted for management. So that is the stage 1 audit. Okay, stage 2 audit is the evaluation of the implemented system based on the requirements of the international standard. Okay, this is now the on-site audit. Okay, you as an auditor will now uh, go outside, okay, or on that department to check whether those documents that you reviewed during the stage 1 audit is implemented or is it being followed by the organization. Okay, that is the stage 2 audit. Okay, so that is the two stages of an audit. Now, just give me a minute, class. All right, now let us talk about opening meeting. Okay, so when you do the audit class, okay, during the stage 1 audit and stage 2 audit, okay, it is important part of the process that you conducted opening meeting. All right, and you know, what is the purpose of opening meeting? Why do we need to do opening meeting? Any answer? Any idea, class? Why do we do in opening meeting?
To inform the focal points, for example, about the what is the scope and objective of this audit. Also, what the things that they want to check as an implemented phases. So the rollout of all these activities, something like that.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you, madam. Now, to elaborate that further, class, you know, the purpose of opening meeting is to confirm the agreement of all the participants, you know, the auditee, the audit team, all right, to the audit plan. You know, all of us confirm, okay, as auditor, the auditee, with regards to the audit plan that we submitted. Remember, we gave initially the audit plan that we prepared. So during the opening meeting, we need to confirm if there is any changes in the audit plan. Of course, to introduce the audit team as well as the role. So during the opening meeting, you will be able to, discuss with them, introduce yourself that you are the lead auditor. Ms. Kalud is the auditor, and what is the role, okay, during the audit, okay, and ensure, of course, that all the planned audit activities can be performed. So the opening meeting class should be held with the audit's management, okay, and where appropriate, those responsible for the function, for the processes to be audited. And during the meeting, okay, there should have an opportunity to ask question, so auditee can ask clarification. If there is any doubts, they can raise during the meeting. Okay, so the degree of detail should be consistent with the familiarity of the audit, with the audit process. Okay, so it's very important actually that the meeting may be formal, okay, and records of attendance should be retained as well. And remember that this meeting should be chaired by the lead auditor, okay, during the opening meeting. Now, what are the discussions during the meeting? Okay, so of course there should have introduction to the participants. Okay, like say for example, the top management would be there, so they have to introduce themselves. What is their what is their role? What is their function? Okay, including the observers and guides, interpreters. Okay, and they should outline the roles. Okay, so that can happen actually during the opening meeting. During the meeting, of course, you should confirm also the audit objectives, the audit scope and the criteria. Okay, the audit plan and other relevant arrangement with the audit timing, when would be the audit the closing meeting, what time, who should be there, formal channels between the audit team and auditee, okay, the documentation status, the agenda, how you do the audit, the methods of the audit, any risk that you should consider during the audit also, as well as matters to matters related to confidentiality and information of documentation. So those are the things that we should cover during the meeting. Language.
So,
What
sir, can you remind me what is audit criteria?
criteria? Yes. When we say audit criteria, these are the documents, any references that you should look or use against during your audit. Your criteria would be, for example, the requirements of the standard, the documented policies and procedures of the company, or any applicable statutory or regulatory requirements, like this. Okay. Okay. Let's assume that we are doing the opening meeting. Okay. So I am the lead auditor. All right. And you are my auditee. Now, as a lead auditor, I will chair the meeting. Okay, so let's do an actual opening meeting. Of course, introduction. Okay, so good morning to all of you, madam and sir. Okay, today is the opening meeting for your organization's certification with the standards ISO 9001-2015. My name is RJ and I am your lead auditor for this certification audit. I have with me also Miss Christina, okay, the auditor for this certification audit. So I have here the attendance sheet. I would like you to please go through and document this, meeting. Okay, and after that, okay, you can also introduce yourself. You are the, for example, the general manager of the company. Okay, Miss Kulud is the HR manager. Miss Azara is the projects manager, like this. Okay, now the objective of this audit is to verify your company's conformity with regards to the ISO 9001-2015 requirements and to identify the opportunities for improvement. As per the audit plan that we have submitted, the scope of this audit is a contracting activities here in Abu Dhabi. So I would like to confirm, is there any changes in the scope? So if you said no, then you can go through with the audit. Okay, if there is a changes, you may want to tell them to communicate this with the certifying body for any changes. Okay, now the criteria of this audit, Madam and Sir, is the requirements of the ISO 9001:2015 international standard, the documented policies, SOPs, guidelines, work instruction of your company, and any applicable statutory and regulatory requirements. Okay, so we did the initial review of your documents during the audit, during the document review, and I would like to ask if there is any changes with all of these documentations after the review. Okay, you said there is no documentation, for example. Now, so with this documentation, we will go through each of this when we audit the processes and function of your company, and we would like to, verify the implementation. Okay, how is this being followed, and how you will do the implementation. During the audit, okay, we may need to review all of those documents. We can also ask questions during the interview, and we can observe as well. Okay, so I would like also to confirm if there is any security or risk that we should remember. Okay, like say for example, any rooms or any site requiring PPE, or is there any hazardous room that we are not allowed to go and visited? Please tell us. Okay, so you can ask them question. And say, for example, you may wanted an interpreter, okay, during your audit. Maybe your auditee is not able to speak Urdu, for example. An interpreter may be available at that time. Okay, so rest assured, Madam and Sir, that all of the documents and information gathered during the audit will be maintained as confidential. Any records, any documents that you will share with us, okay, as per our agreement in our non-disclosure agreement, we signed on this, and we will ensure that those information that we gathered will be kept confidential. After our audit, of course, we will issue you the report. Okay, and the reporting of the findings will be classified whether the finding is non-conformity, observation, and opportunity for improvement. When we say non-conformity, that can be classified into a major non-conformity or major or minor non-conformity. Major non-conformity when there is a total lapse in the implementation of the management system, okay, and minor non-conformity when there is a single lapse in the implementation of the management system. And of course, we will also note the positive findings during the audit. Okay, so the closing meeting will be done later this afternoon at 5 in the afternoon, okay, at 5 p.m. And I'm expecting you all, Madam Insert, to be here again so that we will discuss those findings that we noted in the audit. And if there is any concern, is there any question, please feel free to ask. Okay, so that during the opening meeting they will be able to clarify their doubts. That is the purpose of the opening meeting. Okay, to verify all the agreements, to have a good camaraderie among the auditee and the audit team, and ensuring that all the audit activities can be performed. That is the purpose of this opening meeting. Okay, class, in the examination, let's go back again to the mock examination question. I think there is a question like this. All right, so here, section 2.2. In an audit, describe the purpose of the opening meeting. So you can write this as per your understanding. In the examination, it's all about your understanding. Okay, like so for example, the purpose of the auditing meeting is to confirm the agreement with the auditee as detailed in the audit plan, to introduce the team members, okay, and have a understanding on the processes to be audited during the audit. And now here, list 3 items that you should consider in the opening meeting. What you would like to discuss? I would like to discuss the objectives of the audits, okay, the scope of the audit, and the criteria of the audit. They're only asking for 3. Okay, and we have mentioned in the slide too many points to be discussed: the language, the confidentiality, the reporting method, all right, the agenda, the risk management, like this. Okay, so that's how you do opening meeting. Is there a question? Is there a clarification?
No.
All clear.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, so again, when you do the opening meeting, it should be chaired by the lead auditor. All right, now let us have a short break for 10 minutes, class. It's 11:05 now. I'll meet you at 11:15. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much. All right. So hello.
Hello.
Okay, shall we continue? Right now, let us talk about conducting interviews. During the audit class, as I told you a while ago, under method for you to gather evidences during your audit is to, you know, um, conduct interview, and that is part of the communication process. Okay, either this is a one-way communication or a two-way communication with your auditing. Okay, now during the audit, of course, the audit team leader, should periodically communicate the progress, any significant findings, and any concerns to the auditee, as well as to the audit client, okay, as appropriate. So the evidences are collected during the audit that suggest an immediate and significant risk should be reported without delay to the auditee or to the audit client, the manager of the organization. And any concern about an issue outside the audit scope should be noted and reported to the audit team leader for a possible communication to the audit client and the auditee. Okay, and there are also things that where the available audit evidence indicates that the objectives are unattainable, then the audit team leader should report the reasons to the auditee or to the audit client to determine appropriate action. And those action may include changes to the audit planning, the objectives of the audit, the scope, or termination of the audit. In certification audit class, external audit I'm referring to, you can also terminate an audit, especially if you've noted and assessed during the audit that there are no documentation, no nothing, or the audit you think will not work. Or say, for example, when a emergency happen, any situation, or you think your safety, okay, or you are in a danger, like like an accident happened, for example, during an audit, and you cannot continue the audit, then you can also terminate the audit. Okay, now during the interview, all right, with your auditee, there are techniques that we can actually use, to gather evidences. Either this is a open question, a closed question, or a reflective, like, so for example, question like how, why, where, what. Okay, example, how do you carry out your risk assessment? So in here, in an open question, like, you encourage the auditee for an open discussion. It will relax the auditee. It will encourage the auditor to describe it, because they will explain to you. Like, say, for example, how do you communicate the quality policy of your company to the employees? Okay, question like this. It's an open question. And auditee will tell you, you know what, RJ, the way that we communicate the policy is that, during the induction of the new employee hired, okay, we include discussion of the quality policy. Similarly, to our employees, we do a periodic refresher training with them annually, and we do have a schedule. The policy also posted in the strategic location of our company. It was prominently displayed in the notice board. It was also displayed in our website so that our clients, the relevant interested parties, can see that we have a policy statement and commitment. It will encourage the auditor to discuss to you openly about their process, so that you as an auditor will be able to you know uh furtherly verify that information. Okay, another technique, close question. Do you, can you know, usually this is answerable by a yes or a no. For example, do you always send a copy of the completed risk assessment to the corporate quality team? Answerable by a yes or a no. You know, this will allow definitive answer to be obtained. Okay, so reflective also, another technique. You said that completed risk assessment from contractors do not always get sent to you. How do you handle those situations? You know, reflecting. You are confirming information given previously, and this will allow the auditee to expand, okay, the answer. And this will show the auditee that the auditor is listening. Okay, when you are having some kind of added question, follow-up question. All right, so that should be the technique. Okay, you do an open question, or you can use closed question or a reflective question. Okay, so like, so for example, you are asking the, how the organization communicate the policy. So let's say, for example, I will do an interview with one of staff. Do you think they can answer me? And if they say yes, okay, let's do a sampling basis. Can I do an interview with the employee in projects named Maria? Okay, and Miss Maria now is being interviewed. So Miss Maria, do you know the quality policy of the company? And they can answer you yes or no, right? So yes. So where is it located? And Miss Maria replied that actually our policy is posted there in the bulletin boards. Now you are trying to understand whether Miss Maria understand, whether the policy was communicated to them based on the question that you asked from your auditing. All right, so we can use all of this technique in interviewing, cross verifying, cross checking, audit trailing. You can go back, you can move forward to furtherly check and assess whether or not the standard requirement is met or not. So that is during the interview. Okay, comparative. You can also compare how the risk assessment produced by the team on site compare with the generic risk assessment. This will now focus the auditors on a specific issue. And of course, auditee can open up for a discussion. How is it comparing? You can ask technique like this during the interview also. Hypothetical, like imagine, what if the risk assessment had been reviewed by the manager and get approved, but we're not adequate for the job? What step do you think? So it will encourage the auditor to think in a wider context. It will allow the auditors to ask specific questions about the situation which may not have occurred. All right, so things like that. Okay, so all of these techniques are very important actually, even leading, when you do this, then, okay, it will confirm the understanding and, prevent the auditee giving information already given. Okay, so you can also lead them. Okay, so those are the interviewing techniques. And of course, as an auditor, okay, you should listen to the responses of your auditee to the questions being asked. Okay, so that is during interview. Okay, observing, during the observation, this is also another method on how you will gather evidences during your audit. You may want to observe the actual activities. You go on site, observing the employees, how they do this. Like say, for example, in the construction industry, you go outside, you observe them. how they do, you know, concrete mixing. Okay, you have the method statement, how they do this. So you are confirming, you are observing how the laborers do the operation as per the method statement. You know, observation. Are they following what is written in the method statement? The processes, you know, the function going on, the equipment that they're using. Are they using correctly the equipment? Okay, you can observe this. Or like say, for example, is it too hot? You know, the environment, the temperature. Is it too cold in the area? You can observe. You can observe also the people. All right. So those are the things that you can, you know, do to gather evidences. Like say, for example, you go to the HR room, you observe the area. Okay, was there a policy posted on the wall? Just to verify further, is it true? Is it correct that the policy is displayed prominently in each of the department rooms? Okay, does the policy posted in the uh, bulletin boards? You can go and check, observe in the bulletin boards whether the policy is posted. All right, so that is observation. All right. So it's very important also to check and review documented information. Yeah. Whatever, like say, for example, when they said to you that we're doing this, we are implementing this, we follow this, what is the evidence? Okay. So that is verification. Okay. When you are doing an audit, it is very important to ask for an objective evidences and verify that. It is not something like they said they're doing this and then you just believe that they're doing that. In order for you to come up in an audit conclusion that is, you know, conclude that they're really doing that, is to check for an evidences. You know, um, we're doing a training, a refresher training for our staff for this quality policy. And we do this, you know, as per our schedule. Okay, as per our training plan. Now, you now as an auditor would like, can I take a look at the audit? Can I take a look at the training plan of the company? Okay, so they presented you the audit, the training plan. You will check now that, you know, really the quality policy is part of the training plan. Okay, in your training plan, you said that you will be doing this monthly. Can I take a look at the training records, the attendance of those employees attended training plan? So you are now asking, you know, reviewing the documented information available during your audit. Okay, or like, so for example, oh, for the month of August, it seems like you did not conducted the refresher training. Why? Okay, you can ask question. What is the evidences like this? Yes, Miss Kalud, you raise your hand. What's the question?
Yeah, the question is that if there is a non-conformity, like the observation from the observation by the auditor was a non-conformity. So after finishing the audit, they will come back to recheck, or what the procedure exactly will be?
Okay, for example, during your audit, okay, you noted that they should be doing the another same example again related to quality policy. Where is it posted? So your auditor told you that this is posted in the website, okay, and in the procedure also, it mentioned that the quality policy should be posted in the website. Now, you wanted to verify. You check in the website, okay, but the quality policy is not posted in the website. Okay, now, as an auditor, that is a clear non-compliance to the procedure. Because in the procedure, they said that you will post this in the website. It's not being followed as per the procedure. Now, as an auditor, you can now raise this as a finding. Okay, because there is a non-compliance. That is observation already. that as per the procedure, okay, the procedure title so and so, in section number 3, the policy should be posted or published in the website, but then during the verification, the policy was not published in the website. Okay, so there is a non-conformity. Okay, so that's how you can now raise a non-conformity. If they're documenting like this and it's not being followed, or there is no evidences that that is being performed, then you can raise a non-conformity. Either that can be, stated in a documented information, whether that is gathered during your interview with your auditee, okay, or when you are just doing an observation, using your senses, your observation through sightings, through feeling, through um, hearing, like this. Okay, so that now you can raise a findings, either non-conformity or an observation. All right. Did I
So
answer the question?
no need to follow up with the auditee again to make sure that they put the policy at the website.
Okay, now, once you raise the non-conformity, okay, follow-up can now be happened during the post-audit activities. Okay, so you completed the audit today, for example, you raised this as a finding. Now, you issued the report. After issuance of the report, you will issue also the non-conformity report. Okay, so the auditee will now write their action 1, 2, 3. And now, at the agreed time, okay, agreed schedule, you will do a follow-up audit. Okay, now let's say, for example, after a week, they said that they will publish the policy in the website. Okay, so on that day, the day that they given you, okay, to do a follow-up, you can now verify on that day whether the website is already updated with the policy published. If it's not, then you can, again, raise a non-conformity. If it's there already, then you can close the non-conformity. That the status is now completed.
Okay, clear.
All right. Now, here, this is the cycle or the process flow, okay, during the on-site activity. Okay, in here there is an information, like asking questions, okay, collecting by means of appropriate sampling. All right, audit evidence. You evaluate the criteria, whether is it met or not. Was there a findings? You review and audit conclusion. Let's give another example. Let's say you are auditing procurement. Okay, so in procurement, we have the procurement officer there. He is your auditee. Now, while doing an audit on the process of purchasing, let's say, for example, you ask them, Ms. Zara, do you have a procedure for procurement? And Ms. Zara presented us the procedure for procurement. Okay, so as an auditor, you now review, you read the procedure and check. Okay, as per your procedure, it is mentioned that you will do a performance evaluation, okay, to be conducted to all of your supplier at the end of the year. Okay, so that was written in the procedure. Now, as an auditor, you wanted to verify whether that process is implemented. Let's say, during the interview, you said that, how many suppliers do you have listed in your supplier list? And Ms. Zara mentioned, let's say, for example, 10. Okay, so if there is 10 supplier, of course, as an auditor, you would think that all of this supplier has been evaluated at the end of the year. Now, okay, when we say sampling class, okay, collecting by means of appropriate sampling, if you do have 10 supplier, not necessarily mean that you can do a checking of all of the evaluation. Depends on the auditor, because sometimes the organization, for example, they might be maintaining 100 suppliers or 1,000 suppliers, when they are dealing with them. So not necessarily mean that you have to review the performance evaluation of all the 1,000 suppliers. You can just do a random sampling. Maybe out of 100, you can just select 5 or 10 just to check if really is it implemented or not. Okay, so for example, okay, you have 100 supplier. I wanted to check, okay, randomly the evaluation records of this supplier. Okay, you can ask your auditee, who is your supplier for the cement? And let's say, for example, the one who's supplying you cement is the Portland Cement Company located in Abu Dhabi, ICAD. So you are now doing a random sampling. Can we check the evaluation records of this company? Okay, so let's say, for example, auditee gave you a records of evaluation of this. Okay, so you need to verify now whether is it meeting or not. Okay, or and the other supplier, for example, was not evaluated. Only out of the 10 suppliers you did a sample, only 5 of them was evaluated. So if that is the case, now you are evaluating again. So there is an audit evidence already saying that only 5 out of the 10 you sampled was not evaluated, and that is a evaluation against the audit criteria. Your criteria is the procedure of procurement, okay, saying that all suppliers needs to be evaluated. And only 5 was evaluated out of 10. So you can now raise a audit findings. Okay, that, as per the procedure of procurement, all suppliers should be evaluated at the end of the year. However, during the verification, okay, we sampled 10 suppliers, but only 5 of them was evaluated. Okay, or you can also write like the procedure is not effectively implemented because of this reason, and so and so. Okay, so there is now an audit conclusion. Okay, that the criteria was violated. Okay, the procedure was violated, and as an auditor, you can now raise a non-conformity. Okay, so that is the cycle of you doing an audit.
So I have a question regarding reviewing. Can you go
Yes.
back? No, previous slide, please.
Previous slide. This one?
Yeah, so here after audit finding, there is reviewing. Reviewing internally within audit team or reviewing with the company?
Okay.
The findings.
Yes, very good question. This is a review done between auditor, okay, or the lead auditor. Like say, for example, there is a confusion. Okay, there is a confusion with this. I may need to ask further guidance from my lead auditor, or you may wanted to have a review with the auditee for further clarification for you to come up an audit conclusion. Okay, let's say, for example, your audit is saying, no, we did the evaluation with this supplier. Okay, he keep on telling that they did the evaluation, but where is the record? That's what you're asking, because we know when you're doing an audit, you are asking for an evidence. Okay, I'll give you until 3 in the afternoon to provide me the records, whether or not really you did the evaluation for these suppliers. Okay, and say, for example, after 3 they did not provided you that findings, then you can raise a non-conformity. Okay, it depends on your agreement, just to ensure that the criteria was fulfilled. And say, for example, at 3 in the afternoon there was no really evaluation, then you can conclude that that is a finding. All right. Or say, for example, they presented you the record of evaluation. Okay. So you can verify further, because sometimes, auditee, they're making documents, just to show that they're doing this. So you need to verify also as an auditor. Okay, you did the evaluation and so and so. How did you do the evaluation? You can also do some kind of a cross-checking, just to ensure that all of the points, are, assessed, evaluated, and gathered, and then you come up to a conclusion whether that is really a findings or not. Okay, so that's how you do when you are doing an audit. All right, could be a review between the lead auditor and the
Yeah,
the
clear.
auditor, and the auditor and the auditee. Okay,
Yeah, clear.
thank you. Now, here, audit findings. Okay, now the auditor, the auditee, will now, determine the audit findings. Remember, class, okay, when you are doing an audit, okay, the evidences should be evaluated against the audit criteria in order to determine the audit findings. And the audit findings can indicate conformity or non-conformity with the audit criteria. When specified by the audit plan, the individual audit findings should include conformity and good practices along with their supporting evidences, any opportunities for improvement and any recommendations to the auditee. In the non-conformities and their supporting audit evidences should be recorded. All right, so it's very important that those are considered. Now, non-conformities can be graded depending on the context of the organization and its risk. So this grading can be quantitative, like, sometimes they're putting a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, or qualitative, like they will put minor, major, like this, okay, and this should be reviewed with the audit in order to obtain acknowledgement that the audit evidence is accurate and that the non-conformities are understood. So every attempt should be made to resolve any diverging opinions concerning the audit evidences, as well as the audit findings. And remember that any unresolved issues should be recorded in the audit report. Okay, that means that, after your audit, okay, so you conclude that there is a findings with regards to the non-compliance or non-conformity of the quality policy not published in the website. Okay, so you need to ask for an acknowledgement from your auditee. Okay, madam, these are the findings that I have noted in your department. Okay, so we have this process is stated in your procedure that the policy should be published, but upon verification, it is not there. So you can ask for an acknowledgement. They can sign in your audit checklist, okay, where you have noted this, that they are accepting this finding. Okay, even the positive findings needs to be listed also. Remember, class, an audit is not only about finding any non-compliance. You can also write positive findings, conformities in your audit report. Okay, so they should acknowledge this, so that at the end of the day, if they sign that they acknowledge these findings, easily you can say that, see, you acknowledge this during the audit. Okay, so there is no room for them to say no, 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 this is not a findings, like this. Okay, it's very important to take note of that. And remember also, class, that when we talk about conformity, okay, conformity is fulfillment of the requirements. That means that the standard requirements, the policies and procedures is being followed, is implemented. That means they conform to that. When we say non-conformity, this is a non-fulfillment of a requirement. Okay, non-fulfillment of the requirement means the standard requires you to do so, you did not implement it, you did not follow. Okay, or say for example, the client requirement is to do this, but you failed to comply. That is also non-conformity. Or say for example, a law, a labor law says that the organization should do this as per this article 123, but the organization failed to implement this, failed to comply this. That is also a non-conformity. Any non-compliance or non-fulfillment to any requirements, that is non-conformity and can be categorized as major non-conformity or a minor non-conformity. Now, what is the definition of a major non-conformity? Okay, so when we say major non-conformity class, this is the absence or a total failure of a process to meet the requirements of a complete subclause of ISO 9001:2015, resulting in an actual or potential adverse effect on customer satisfaction with the products or services. Okay, you can also raise non-conformity if there is a number of minor non-conformity against one clause of ISO 9001, which when acting together reduce the effectiveness of the process to the extent that there is an actual or potential adverse effect on customer satisfaction that can represent a major non-conformity. Or you can also raise a major non-conformity if there is a non-compliance to a statutory or regulatory requirement. Okay, you can also raise a major non-conformity. Let's have an example. Now, during your audit, okay, you are auditing quality policy. When you ask the manager, okay, your auditee about quality policy, okay, that is clause 5.2, okay, do you have quality policy? And the auditor told you, no, we don't have a quality policy. So that means that there is a absence. There is a total failure on the requirements of the standard. Quality policy is a commitment, a direction to be established by the top management, right? But it is not available. It is not maintained as documented information. Okay, because the requirements of quality policy, remember when we go back again to the requirement of the standard, it should be maintained as documented information. That means it should be documented. It should be clearly written. Okay, but it is not available. Then you can raise a major non-conformity. Okay, now minor non-conformity. What is minor non-conformity? Minor non-conformity is either a failure to meet one requirement of subclause of ISO 9001 or a single observed lapse in implementing one requirement of the organization's QMS procedure, and a number of minor non-conformities could demonstrate a system breakdown and perhaps contribute to a major non-conformity. That is a minor non-conformity. Let's say quality policy is available. Okay, so you ask for a quality policy, and the quality policy was established, it is documented, it is signed by the general manager. Now, You wanted to furtherly verify how the policy is communicated in the office. Okay, so you are checking now the procedure of the company, and it was mentioned that the policy needs to be published. Okay, since this is documented in the procedure that they will communicate this through publishing the copy of the policy in the website, there is a non-compliance already. There is a failure, a single observed lapse in the implementation of the procedure. Here on the second one, a single observed lapse in implementing one requirement of the organization's procedure. Since it is documented in the procedure of the company that the policy needs to be published in the website, and during your verification it was not published, then you can raise a minor non-conformity. Okay, so that is the categorization of the non-conformity. Now, another findings that you can actually include in your audit is observation. So when we talk about observation, this is a lack of, or ineffective control, lack of control or ineffective control, which when not attended to may lead to a non-conformity. That is observation. Okay, say for example, during your verification of the quality policy, it was stated that they will do a monthly refresher training. Upon verification, the whole year from January to July, they did the refresher training. Coming August, okay, there was no refresher training conducted. Why was there there was no refresher training on the month of August? During your audit trail, you asked them. We decided not to do this because the management advised us not to perform this time because of the rising number of employees, okay, infected with COVID-19. Okay, but the management decided to do this by the first week of the next month, which is September. So you can raise an observation out of this, maybe because of this situation or that situation. Okay, it's only 1 month that was not conducted. Okay, so but say for example, if from January to August this was not conducted, then you can raise a minor non-conformity. Okay, depending on the situation. So there was an ineffective control which was not being implemented by the organization. Then you can raise a observation. Okay, now another findings that you can raise is opportunities for improvement. So what is opportunities for improvement? Okay, opportunities for improvement is a situation or element uncovered during the audit which could be the object of an improvement without being a non-conformity, or often associated with recommendations to improve the efficiency of the quality management system. Now, with the same example, quality policy, during your audit, you noted that out of 100 employees, okay, most of the laborers working at site are speaking Hindi or Urdu. Okay, so you are trying to assess how the policy is communicated with them. Okay, so you can actually raise an opportunity to improve the process by either, for example, during the induction training, a Hindi speaker may need to discuss the quality policy with them so that easily they can understand this. Or an opportunity to improve the process by, translating the English quality policy in, different languages and posted in the strategic location at site. so that, you know, these workers may understood and, you know, furtherly improve their awareness related to the quality policy of the organization. Okay, so that can be an example of opportunities for improvement. All right, so those are the findings that you can raise. Either non-conformity, categorized as major or minor, an observation, or an opportunity for improvement. So is there a question with this? All clear?
Yeah,
Okay,
clear.
okay,
Yeah.
great. Now, in your audit reporting also, you may wanted to write some findings, you know, like, for example, a positive findings. Because you know that this is positive, you know, this is something that is noteworthy in the organization. Okay, you can also write this, that the organization have a very good process of communicating the quality policy by doing all of these things, which is a positive findings. Okay, good practice by the organization with regards to this. Then you can write that as a findings also. Okay, but a positive findings, not a non-conformity. All right. Now here, writing non-conformity reports. Okay, in here class, this is the section number 4 of your examination. Actually, you know, in section number 4 we have a scenario. You need to identify the non-conformity. What is the evidences why you said it's a non-conformity? Okay, and what is the requirements of the standards that was violated? Okay, so in a non-conformity report class, we have 3 elements. Okay, what is the statement of a non-conformity? Like, you know, when you say statement of non-conformity, this is express, you know, expressing the problem in the words of a requirement. Okay, remember that if you cannot express the problem in the words of the standard or in a procedure, okay, or in any other requirements, then you have no non-conformity. There is no non-conformance. Okay, that is the first element. Number 2 element is the evidence of non-conformity and the clause requirements of the standard. Okay, so remember that when you are raising a non-conformity, there should have a problem statement. Okay, and when we talk about the problem statement, failure in the system. Okay, evidence. What is the evidence? Why did you say that there is a problem? Okay, and what was the reference that you use? What requirement is this? What is the criteria? Okay, for example here, failure in the system. We have here in the failure of the system that, you know, there was a failure. This one, there was a failure to evaluate the effectiveness of the training conducted. That is the problem statement. Okay, what is the evidence that, you know, you said there is a problem? ISO 9001 internal audit training conducted on 28th of October 2021 has not been evaluated for its effectiveness. Okay, that is the evidence, because when you are checking the evidence or the records of the evaluation effectiveness, it is not available. What is the reference standard? This is against the ISO clause 7.2, which requires the evaluation of training conducted. Okay, so whenever you are writing a non-conformity statement, there should have a problem statement. What is the evidence why you said there is a problem, and what was the requirements being violated? Either this is the ISO 9001 standard requirements, a procedure, okay, a contracts, or any legal or statutory requirements. Okay, now let us have a example. Okay, so in here class, we have a situation. Okay, and let us try to answer this one. Okay, so I want you to please get a paper with you. Okay, and let us understand this situation. Okay, in this situation, please write the non-conformity. Okay, the evidences why you said there is a non-conformity and what is the standard requirements. Okay, so please do this as an exercise because this is very important. Okay, this is the section number 4 of your examination, and in your examination class they will give you 3 scenario, each scenario that will give you 10 points. That means in this 3 scenario, that is a total of 30 points already. Okay, so let's try to answer this one. Please get a piece of paper and answer this one. Write the non-conformity, what is the evidence, and what is the clause requirements for 10 minutes. Okay, so let us answer this one. Is there a question here, class, in this exercise?
For me, it's clear.
Okay, now please answer this one for 10 minutes and then we will discuss further.
So what's the 3 main requirement? What is the non-conformity?
Yeah, what is the non-conformity, like the problem here in the statement, in the situation? What is the evidence why you say there is a problem? Okay, and what is the clause requirement? Clause requirement is the standard requirements. All right. So shall we answer this one?
Yes.
Okay. Shaima, you please share with us your answer. What is the non-conformity here?
Yeah, the non-conformity is that the internal auditor that they conduct the audit within the organization, it seems that they have a lacks in the necessary skills and training to be an internal audit. So this is the non-conformity or the problem status that we have here. And the evidence for that during the records of the personal records of the HR department, they noticed that during the last 15 years, there is no training provided to the these internal audits. So I think this could be the evidence.
Okay.
A clause, I'm not sure, maybe it's 5.2.2, maybe.
Okay. Now,
Yeah, this is my answer.
the problem statement is correct. Okay. The evidences is correct also. With regards to the clause requirements, in this situation, class, what is the problem here? It's related to
Knowledge and
No
skills.
training.
competence, training. Exactly. So the problem is related to competence, related to training. Okay. If we go to the standard requirements, okay, we have a requirements for competency. That is clause 7.2. Okay. If you go to the standard requirements in clause 7.2, okay, we have here, all right, the requirements of competence. Okay, here the requirement is that the organization shall determine the necessary competence of person doing work under its control, that the effects of the performance and effectiveness of the quality management system ensure that these persons are competent on a basis of education, training, or experience. But in here, in the situation class, we can see that there is no training provided, right? So no experience in auditing also, based on the scenario. Okay. So in this case, we can say that this is a non-conformity. Okay. So how we will write this now as a non-conformity statement? Look at the answer, the sample answer here. So the internal audit program is not effectively managed as evidenced by lack of competency of the assigned internal auditor. Per checking of HR records, he does not have a training on internal audit and has no formal experience in auditing. Also, per checking of audit records, there were several missed non-conformities that should have been reported in the internal audit conducted last May 3 of 2019. The ISO 9001-2015 clause 7.2 states that the organization shall determine the necessary competence of person doing work under its control, okay, that affects the performance and effectiveness of the quality management system, and ensure that these persons are competent on the basis of appropriate education, training, or experience. In this sample answer, we can see that there is a problem, okay, in this statement. There is an evidence why we say that there is a problem, and we stated also the relevant clause requirements. Okay, so in your examination for ISO 9001 course, okay, there is a question like this, a situation they will present into you, and they are expecting you to write the non-conformity, the evidences, and the clause requirements. Okay, so that's why it's very important that you familiarize yourself with the standard requirements. Okay, is there a question with this situation, with this exercise?
No.
Okay,
I
good.
have a question related
Yes,
to
Ms.
like ledger,
Tulud?
honestly. Yeah, I have a question related to like ledger. So when I will check the ledger, I have to get it from like it is related to audit. I have to get it from the guidance of auditing, the ISO 19001.
Okay. You should refer to the ISO 9001-2015 standard.
Okay.
Yeah,
We have to.
yes, because
I
that's the
confuse it
criteria.
honestly.
Okay. There's 2 standard requirements, right? The ISO 9001-2015 and ISO 19011. 19011 is the guidelines how you will do an audit. But in this case, since we are auditing the standard for ISO 9001, we should refer the ISO 9001 as a criteria.
No, in this course, we are covering 2 ISO, right?
Exactly.
The Quality Management System 9001-2015 and the Guidance of Auditing,
Yes.
which is 19001.
Yes. So this
when
19001 is a guidelines how we will do an audit. The 9001 is the requirements that is mandatory. The guidelines is just giving us guideline how we will do an audit with this one.
Yeah,
with
but
this
there is a
requirement.
closure on it.
Huh?
But there is a closure.
What is the
Like there is a closure.
Khulud, there is
a
clause, you mean
requirements
there is
closure.
clause,
Like in ISO 19011, okay, 7.2 is determining the auditor competency, and 721 is general. Then the one after it is personal behavior. So when I answered this question, I selected that the closure is 723, which is the knowledge and the skills.
Okay. All right. So let's elaborate this further. ISO 19011 is a guidelines, okay, on how we will do an audit. Okay. Like say for example, we are auditing the requirements 9001. Okay, we can use the guidelines, okay, on how we will audit the requirements. So in this case, in this course, we should use the criteria for quality management system, which is the ISO 9001. We are just going to use the guidelines on how we will do an audit. Okay, so these guidelines can be used for any other international standards actually, that once you appoint an auditor, it should be competent. They should be trained like this. But in the standard requirements, there is a specific requirement for competency, that those persons working in the organization should be competent. Okay, so we should use that criteria. Okay, so since 9001 is a requirement, it is a mandatory requirement. Is it auditable? But the guideline is just giving us guidance how to do an audit, how we should manage the audit program, how we should do opening meeting like this.
So in the exam, my reference have to be quality management system.
Exactly. But there are questions also in the examination, like say, for example, what is the purpose of opening meeting? So the purpose of opening meeting, we cannot see that in the ISO 9001, but we can see that in the guidelines. So we can use that also in the guidelines. But for this purpose, in this non-conformity statement, problem, etc., we need to use the 9001 standard requirements.
Okay, so okay, got it. But all the closure, I have to confirm it in the exam have to be from ISO 9001, right?
Exactly. For the requirements, yes.
Whatever is the question.
Exactly, yes. But there are questions like, related to 19,000, like what is the purpose of audit plan? What are the points that we should include in audit plans? Then we can refer to the ISO 19011.
Yeah, got it.
All right. Now, another example here. Can you just read this briefly and let's identify altogether the problem, the evidence why we say there is a problem in the clause requirement. All right. So what is the non-conformity here?
Non-conformity of following the objective of the health and safety.
Okay.
Objective.
I
All
think
right. Miss Kulud, yeah, what's that?
like monitoring the organization of the quality management system wasn't fulfillment or implemented, something like that. I'm not sure.
Okay, so let's elaborate further. So basically, you are auditing the objectives of the company, right? Increase staff quality awareness, reduce quality operating costs, etc. Now, you are looking now at the plans in program. Okay, so basically in here we can say that the evidences for the objectives, plans, and programs set and established by the organization is not monitored and measured. Okay, so here, as you can see the sample answer, monitoring and measuring the organization's QMS was not effectively implemented. Though quality objectives are set, there are no documented information to show that the company's objectives, plans, and programs are monitored and measured. So this is a problem statement. Along with this is the evidence why we say there is a non-conformity. And in clause 9.1.1 of the ISO 9001-2015 is stated that the organization shall evaluate the quality performance and determine effectiveness of the quality management system. Okay, so that's how you should answer the situation number 1. Sometimes, in the examination, they will write a situation, but in the situation, there is no non-conformity, because the situation is just further investigation. If that is the case, okay, you need to reason out why there was no non-conformity and what action you should do, what further audit trail you should do to confirm, okay, that there is no really a non-conformity. So later this afternoon, we will discuss that further, okay, how we will answer that and how we will tackle that. Okay, meantime, we'll have to have a lunch break now, okay, and I'll meet you after an hour. All right? If there is no other questions or clarification. Ms. Shaima, Ms. Zara, Ms. Kulud, any question?
Question?
No. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll meet you later in the afternoon after an hour, okay, for the continuation of the course. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. So shall we continue the discussion, Madam Shaima, Miss Ulud?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Now, um, right. So during the on-site audit, okay, once you identify the findings, non-conformity, conformity, okay, that is now the time for you to do the preparation for the closing meeting. Okay, so auditors now will discuss the findings. Lead auditor, of course, should facilitate this and review those findings and any appropriate information that you collected during the audit against the audit objectives. And now, with the audit team, you may now need to agree on the audit conclusion, taking into account the uncertainty inherent in the audit process. Okay, and then of course, you can now prepare for the recommendation. So, during the closing meeting, of course, this meeting should be held to present the audit findings and conclusion. And the closing meeting should be chaired by the audit team leader and attended by the management of the auditee. All right. So who are they? Of course, those responsible for the function, the processes that you've been audited, the management of the organization, the members of the audit team, and of course, any other interested parties. Okay. If applicable, also, the team leader should advise the auditee of situations encountered during the audit that may decrease the confidence that can be placed in the audit conclusion. Okay, so these are the things that we should be explaining to the auditee in the closing meeting. Of course, thanking the client or the auditee for their help in cooperation. Like for example, imagine we are doing the closing meeting right now. So all of the top management is there and other relevant function of the organization. So you have to thank them. Thank you, Madam, Sir, for today's audit. So thank you for the hospitality. Thank you for the help in cooperation during the audit. Rest assured that all of the documentations that we gathered during the audit will remain confidential. Okay, so I would like to discuss with you the findings during the audit. Okay, and I would like to tell you that these are the following non-conformities. Okay, you can now state the non-conformities, whether this is a major or minor, observation or opportunity for improvement. Okay, so the findings may still change depending on the other documentation available that you supplied to us. Okay, and those findings will be documented in the audit report. Okay, so the findings for major and minor needs to be provided with corrective action, and that has to be documented in the non-conformity report. Okay, and please provide us your action plan and any evidences for closing the non-conformity. Okay, so you need now to discuss with them the findings. Any concern or any complaint that you wanted to raise can be discussed with us. Okay, we do have a appeal process based on our procedure. So the submission of the action, please submit to us within 7 working days. So depending again on your procedure. Okay, so you have to tell them all of those points during the audit closing meeting. So remember that any diverging opinions regarding the audit findings or conclusion between the audit team and the auditee should be discussed. And if possible, this needs to be resolved. And if not resolved, this should be recorded. Okay, so it should be emphasized also that recommendations are not binding. Okay, so you have to discuss with all of these points during the closing meeting. Okay, with your audit team. Now, after the on-site audit activities, okay, these are now the things that we should do for post-audit. Okay, now preparing the audit report. Okay, so the audit team leader should report the audit conclusions in accordance with the audit program. And the audit report should provide a complete, a accurate, okay, a concise and a clear record of the audit, and should indicate or refer to the fact, of course, the audit objectives, the audit scope, particularly identification of the organization, the auditee and the functions or the processes audited. Of course, the identification of the audit client, okay, the identification of the audit team, and the auditor's participants in the audit. Okay, so the dates and location where the audit activities were conducted, the criteria, the findings and related evidences, the audit conclusion, all right, the statement on the degree to which the audit criteria have been fulfilled, and any unresolved diverging opinions between the audit team and the auditee, if there is any. Okay, so those are the things that we should include during the preparation of the audit report. Of course, the audit report should be issued within an agreed period of time, and if it is delayed, the reasons should be communicated to the auditee and the individual managing the audit program. Okay, so the report should be dated, of course. It should be reviewed and accepted, okay, as appropriate in accordance with the audit program. Okay, so it should be accepted both by the auditee and the auditor. All right, so this report, of course, should be distributed also to all the relevant interested parties defined in the audit plan. And when you are distributing the audit report, okay, appropriate measure to ensure appropriate measures should be ensured, okay, to ensure that confidentiality is considered. All right, so that's how you distribute the audit report to whoever they are. Of course, class, the audit is completed when all the planned audit activities have been carried out, or as otherwise agreed with the audit client. So there might have unexpected situation preventing the audit being completed according to the audit plan. And documented information pertaining to the audit should be retained or disposed of by agreement between the participating parties in accordance with the program. Okay, so of course, unless required by the law, so the audit team and the individuals managing the audit program should not disclose any information obtained during the audit or the audit report to any other party without the explicit approval of the client, and where appropriate, the approval of the auditee. And if disclosure of the contents of the audit document is required, then the audit client and the auditee should be informed as soon as possible. Okay, with regards to the lessons learned, of course, this learning from the audit can identify risks and opportunities for the audit program and for the audit and the auditee as well. Okay. Of course, when you conducted the audit follow up, like for example, the outcome of the audit can be, depending on the audit objectives, indicate the needs for correction or for corrective action. Okay, so for example, once you issued the non-conformity report to the client will now do the root cause analysis, identify the the action, what is the correction, corrective action, and preventive action, and you as an auditor, based on the agreed schedule and time frame, you need to do a follow-up audit, okay, to verify the effectiveness of the action. And then, of course, if you are satisfied that all of the findings, the actions provided is satisfactory, then you can now close the audit. Okay, so basically your role when you conducted an audit and once completed, it will not end there. You still need to do a follow-up audit. Okay, and it's very important actually that you do that to of course verify the effectiveness of the audit. Okay, so is there a question, Ms. Shaima?
Yeah, going back to slide 180 regarding retained of the information documentation. This retain it should be by the company, you mean? Yeah.
This one.
Yes. But documented information should be retained. This is by whom? Because already documented information already retained by the company.
Exactly. All right. So when we say retained documented information, it's like keeping the records, for future references. Like, say, for example, you issued the audit report with them, okay, today. So the company now, okay, need to keep that records as per the retention period policy. Like, say, for example, all the QMS documents needs to be retained in 3 years. Then that report should be retained in 3 years, because maybe on the next year's audit, okay, the auditor may need to do a follow-up audit again with regards to this audit conducted this time. They will always do a follow-up audit, whether the finding is recurring, whether the finding is already closed, like this.
Okay, clear.
All right.
Yes, yes. So now we'll move to the mock exam.
Yes. Any other question, class? Any other clarification? So that ends the presentation for the course. Okay. The ISO 9001 2015. Okay. Remember, as an auditor, you should understand the requirements of the standard from class number 4 to class number 10. Okay, and always use as well the guidelines for managing and doing an audit with regards to the requirements of the ISO 19011 2018. Is there any other clarification?
There will be an there will be any questions like we need the guideline to solve these questions, or only we focus on ISO 9001?
There is also questions, okay, in 19011. So let's go through with the examination sample. Okay. I hope you do have a copy of this one with you, right? So in here, class, okay, in this examination, there is 4 sections. Okay, we have section number 1, section number 2, section number 3, and section number 4. So for example, in here, in section number 1, okay, you can see my screen, class, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now in here, in section number 1, there is a question like explain, okay, in your own words, the difference between audit program and an audit plan. Okay, so in here, if the question is asking you to explain this in your own word, okay, it should be in your own word. That means that you should not copy the answer from the standard. Okay, now if there is a doubt what is audit program or audit plan, you can refer to the guidelines, okay, to the standards, so that you will be able to understand the definition and write this in your own word. Okay, so this one, for example, in 1.1, this question is 2 marks. Okay, so 1 mark for audit program and 1 mark for audit plan. So once you explain this, okay, in your own word, you will get 2 marks. Okay, next, list 2 clauses that support the quality management principle, a factual approach to decision making. Remember when we discussed the principles in quality management system, there is a factual approach to decision making. You know, so when we decide for something, it should be based on evidence based, right? So that is one principles. So what clauses of the standard, okay, that can support this principle? When we decide for something, what clauses of the standards we can refer to? Any idea? There are a lot of standard requirements actually that we can refer to. Either say, for example, customer satisfaction, right? So if there is a customer satisfaction, let's say, for example, you conducted a survey, customer satisfaction survey. And during the customer satisfaction survey, of course, there are results, right? Results given by the client, whether they are satisfied, not satisfied with your activity, with your operation, like this. So what will happen now is that based on their feedback, okay, you need to decide for something. If they gave you poor, definitely, you will be able to improve your system. Okay, so all you have to do here is to write, okay, the clause requirements. Okay, so I'll show you one sample in section number 1. Okay, sample answer, so that you will get an idea how to do the answer also. This one. Do you see the screen? Okay, here. Now here in section 1, this is how the audit program was explained, and the audit plan also. Okay, so the audit program is a series of a set of audits that are scheduled for a specific time frame intended to achieve certain particular goals, while an audit plan includes a detailed description of activities and information planned for the purpose of an audit. All right, and then also we do have the clauses of the international standard. There are a lot of clauses actually that you can write to answer the question number 1.2. Okay, and then of course in section 1.3, as you can see in the MAC exam sample, where is that? Let me open that. What question is 1.3? 1.3, explain in your own words and using example as appropriate the difference between responsibility and authority. So all you have to do is explain this, the meaning of responsibility and authority, and you need to give example. So in the sample answer also, okay, we have here responsibility is being responsible or accountable for one's duties, function, and liabilities at a job. Example of these are staff and manager. Authority is having the utmost power to make decision and having control and power to change and take corrective action. For example, the CEO. Okay, so this is the composition of the examination for section number 1. Okay, so in section number 2, okay, I wanted you to start from section number 2. Okay, let's say for example here, You wish to establish the audit organization, an effective internal communication process. State to topic that the organization should communicate internally. Okay, so moving on, please try to answer section number 2, section number 3, and section number 4, and we will discuss today. Okay. So in section number 2, there are sample like I think only 4 questions. In section number 3, 1 question. And then in section number 4, there is 3 questions here, but we will try to answer at least 1 or 2 so that you will get an idea. Okay. So please get a piece of paper with you. You do have a copy of this mock exam paper, and I wanted you to try to answer this one, and we will discuss. Okay, so in section 2.1, let's start first with section 2. Okay, try to answer section 2 first for 10 minutes. Okay, and then after 10 minutes, we will discuss. Okay, and after the discussion, we will move on to section number 3 so that, you know, piece by piece, we will be able to answer all of the questions. Okay, and we will try to discuss this as well. So for 10 minutes, please answer section number 2. Is there a question? Any clarification, Ms. Khulud, Ms. Shaima?
No, it is okay. We will read
Okay.
and we will solve, inshallah.
Okay, great. Ano na? Anong gamit mo? All right. Ms. Zara, 2 of the MAC examination. Okay, so please write the answer in the answer sheet that you have. Okay, and then we will discuss the answer.
So we'll start solving. Actually, this we need the original document from ISO, right? It's a clause 7.4, right?
In section, which section is this?
There is a communication under 7.4.
Okay, this one. You wish to establish, right?
I mean both a question. I mean both a question regarding internal communication.
Correct.
So is this related to sub-clause 7.4?
Yes, communication, exactly. But in here, the question is that what topics, what topic you should communicate internally. Like, so for example, in your own organization, what topics you wanted to communicate internally?
Like quality management system?
Okay, quality management system, awareness.
Procedure?
Okay, procedure.
Awareness.
Exactly. So there are a lot of topics that we should communicate, like say, for example, could be the QMS procedures of the company, the QMS awareness session requirements. What else? Any other topics that we should communicate internally aside from those? Quality policy, right? Quality policy needs to be communicated also. What else? Hello? I think it's breaking. What else? Aside from those, any other topics we need to communicate within the organization? Roles and responsibilities, right? We need to communicate the roles and responsibilities. What else? Result of the internal audit. We need to communicate this also. Customer feedback.
Sorry to disturb you, but we have to write the documents they will ask about for the internal communication process, because I get confused, honestly.
Topics. What topics you wanted to discuss with them internally? Any topics?
Okay, but what you are mentioning, it's documents also, like quality management system, quality
Policy, yes, because in the requirements of the standard, we need to communicate with them. Either this is a process, a document. All right, like say for example, roles and responsibility. So the roles and responsibility should be communicated to the staff, right? Why we need to communicate this? So that they know their duties, they know their responsibilities. Okay, so only 2 you need to identify. Okay, once you identify, let's say for example, you identified the topics about roles and responsibilities. You also identified the quality policy to be communicated with them. In letter B, okay, what methods? What methods you should use to communicate this with them? How you will do that? Either, for example, through meeting, email, very good. What else? Through one-on-one session, you can also do that. Or say for example, publishing this in a shared folder, right, in the intranet, or posting in the bulletin board. So there are methods on how you will communicate this internally within the organization. All right, so that's how you will answer 2.1. Okay, now 2.2 and 2.34, continue answering this one. Okay, 2.1 class. Can we answer 2.1? 2.2, sorry. What is the purpose? Describe the purpose of the opening meeting. Who would like to answer here?
Yeah, me.
Okay, Miss
So
Shaima.
the purpose of opening meeting, which is conducted after the site visit, is to discuss majorly the findings and the conclusion from all the from the audit, from the auditor.
Okay. Right.
What major concerns to be discussed, and also observation and improvement.
Okay, now here in letter B, list three items that should be considered in the opening meeting. So you are doing the opening meeting, Ms. Shaima. What are the points that you wanted to discuss during the meeting? Remember in number 2.2a, this is just the purpose, okay, of the opening meeting. In letter B, what items you wanted to consider during the opening meeting?
I have a question related to 2.2a.
Okay.
Okay, the opening meeting can conduct it even before going to site and checking the observation. Like it is at the beginning, يعني.
Opening meeting?
Introduce of the audit.
Yes. So for example, okay, audit plan was given to the client, okay, before the audit. Let's say, for example, the audit is next Sunday, okay, that is the audit date. So today, for example, we gave the audit plan to our auditee, okay. On Sunday is the actual audit. So on Sunday morning at exactly 9:30, as per the audit plan, we need to do opening meeting. Okay. Now, during the meeting on Sunday, 9:30 in the morning, why? Why we should do this? What is the purpose of opening meeting? That is the question. Okay. And the opening meeting should be done before the actual audit.
Yeah, it is before the actual audit, not after observing what is at the site or etc.
Exactly.
So
All
this is
right.
to confirm the plan, the audit plan, right? You said to confirm the audit plan between auditee and auditor, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So
And
the
what is
answer
the major activities?
exactly. Now here, the purpose of the most appropriate response that you can include here is that the purpose of the opening meeting is to confirm the agreement of all the participants, including the auditor and auditee, to the audit plan, to introduce the audit team, okay, and their roles, and to ensure also that all the planned activities can be performed. All right, so that is now the purpose of the meeting. Why are we doing this opening meeting? Now, in letter B question, what items, list three items that we should consider in the opening meeting. So what are the discussion points that we should include here during the opening meeting?
Yeah. Introduction. What's the audit objective, audit criteria, audit scope?
Okay, right. Truly, what else? So there are a lot of topics, right? When we discuss in the slide, the topics that we should include during the opening meeting. Let me show you on that one. What are those topics in opening meeting? Here it is. Okay,
Yeah,
you see this one? So objective, scope, criteria, risk management, communication, the language of the audit, confidentiality. So all of these things we should include in the discussion. But in the question, they are only asking for three. Okay, so only three topics they are asking. Okay, so like say for example, in the question they only asked 2 or 3. If you wanted to add some more, it's okay also. Another sample answer I wanted to show you. Okay, look at this here. So the purpose of the opening meeting, okay, is to introduce the auditor and his audit team, the roles and responsibility to the auditee. It is also conducted to define the objectives, criteria, and to make the auditees aware of this. Okay, so what are the discussion? Confirmation of matters relating to confidentiality, information about condition under which the audit may be terminated, and information about the closing meeting. Okay, so this is how we should answer this question in 2.2. Now, moving on to the question, okay, in section 2.3. Outline 5 items that audit plan should include. What is the answer? What are the items that the audit plan should include? Any idea? Ms. Zara? Items. What items are this that the audit plan should include? Ms. Kalud, Ms. Shaima.
No idea.
Okay.
Mm.
Now,
Audit
imagine, okay,
Sorry.
imagine a audit plan. What is the content of the audit plan?
Audit objective, audit
Okay.
criteria.
Okay.
Okay, the date and the place of the activity,
Okay.
what I remember.
Okay.
The documents and the references of the documents.
Okay. Now, those are correct. Now, in here, class, remember the word outline. Okay. Outline 5 items. So in this case, we need to give a brief, introduction about those information that we should include in the audit. Okay, let's say for example here we have a sample answer. Audit objectives, that is correct, because in the audit plan audit objective is included, right? What is the audit objectives? You need to outline this to define the purpose of the audit. Resource allocation, because in the audit plan, right, we will write who is the auditor, who is the auditee of this process. Okay, to write the auditor's name, the guides, the observers scheduled to each audit activity. Audit timetable, remember in the audit plan there is a timing like 9:30 to 3:30, lunch break 1:30 to 2, like this, right? So that expected time and duration of the audit. So just give a brief description about this. Audit criteria. So what are those audit criteria? The policies, procedures, or references to be used for the audit. Meetings with the auditee, timing for opening and closing meeting, right? So it's clearly stated in that plan those points actually. Okay, what else? Another answer is this. Criteria, audit reporting. The methods of reporting is stating the audit confidentiality, security of information. Okay, timetable, when it will be started, it will be finished, like this. Okay, so that's how we should answer that question. Okay, outline the audit plan, items that audit plan should include. All right, next, 2.4. I want you to answer this one. Briefly describe why it is important to contact the person responsible for an area prior to an audit of that area. So this might be the process owner for an internal audit or the quality director for an external audit. Why? Why do you think we need to contact them?
First, to know their personality. Second, to make sure about everyone knows his responsibility and he can qualify to this responsibility will be given to him or her during the audit. So the audit at the end will be conducted perfectly.
Okay, now in here, class, you know, these related questions are all stated in the ISO 19011. Okay, so in here, in this 2.4 question, okay, I'll show you one example answer. All right, this one. By contacting, okay, the person responsible for the area prior to the audit, the auditor can clearly clarify the purpose of the audit and inform to have the area ready for the audit with no intrusions and interruptions. Also, prior arrangement of time can be effectively used to ensure that relevant peoples and documents are available. Okay, another answer, of course, is this. It is important to contact the person responsible prior the audit to confirm any questions or processes so as to save time and be prepared with the other related documents adhering to the audit objectives and criteria. So this is the importance of contacting that person in charge. Okay, so all you have to do actually is to explain in your own word why do we need to contact them. Okay, so that is in letter A. In letter B, okay, list 3 topics you would want to discuss when contacting that person prior the audit. Now, you called them, you contacted them prior the audit. What are the things that you wanted to discuss? Okay, say for example, you wanted to discuss the location of the audit. How far is it? How long it takes by transport? You know, like say for example, if the opening meeting is from 9:30, right? 9:30 is the start of the opening meeting. Of course, you have to know how much travel time you require so that you will not be late before the opening meeting. That could be one you know, one points that you should discuss. Okay, what else? If there is any changes to the planned arrangement, because you already submitted the audit plan, is there anything that you should be aware of for the changes in the plan? Is there any rules and access that you need to consider? Okay, that is the reason why you are calling the person in charge to know them. Okay, about the
So
audit.
this 2.4b answer is provided by ISO 19000-00011.
B.
This B 2.4b. From where we get this answer? From ISO 9001 or from the audit plan?
19011.
19011.
Yes. This one 19011 also. This one. Okay, now, is there a question related to section number 2? Section number 1, section number 2 is just about your own explanation, your own answer, your own words, okay? And if there is a doubt, you can refer to the international standard. Anyway, the examination is open standard. Okay, it's an open standard, and by the way, the examination will the training coordinator will discuss to you further how you will do the examination. Maybe the examination will take place in your Moodle account. Okay, so they will discuss to you further on this one before the examination. Okay, any question with section 1 and section 2 examination, class? Ms. Zara, Ms. Khulud, Ms. Shaima?
From my
Oh,
side.
it is not easy.
No,
All
we
clear.
good.
Okay, now in here, section 3. Okay, I want you to answer this. Okay, checklist. You are conducting an ISO 9001-2015 audit at a component manufacturing company. Okay, the next activity on your audit plan is the organization's purchasing process. So purchasing, you are auditing purchasing process. Outline in a checklist how you will perform this audit by developing a series of 10 audit checkpoints. And for each checkpoint, identify examples of the audit evidence you want to gather and give the appropriate ISO 9001. So meaning they are asking for a checkpoint, okay, example, and the clause requirements. Okay, so please try to answer this for 10 minutes and then we will discuss.
I think this question already we discussed it previously.
Yeah, for purchasing
So
process.
no need to waste time.
Okay, fine. So is there a question with this further? In the examination, maybe they will, give you some other process. It could be projects, or it could be finance process. It could be top management. When you are auditing top management, what question you should check with them. So depends on the question. So in this case, a process of purchasing. Okay. So this is clear now for everyone. Okay. This is section number 3. Okay, there are questions also in section number 3, like say for example some situational also relevant to this. Okay, so just be prepared with this one. Section number 4. So here class, in section number 4 there is a guidance. Okay, so in here they will give you a situation. Okay, each situation will give you 10 marks. Okay, in here, in the situation, they will ask you whether the situation is a non-conformity or needs further investigation. If this is a non-conformity, you need to write what is the problem, what is the evidence, and what is the clause requirement. If the situation further needs further investigation, you need to write the reason why there is no non-conformity and the audit trail. What other documentation or what other process you should verify and check, okay, with your audit. Okay, now here we have here a scenario. Okay, so in this one, I already included here that this situation is a non-conformity. That's why we have this description of non-conformity, relevant evidence, and 9001 clause requirement. So I want you to read the situation, okay, and answer what is the non-conformity, okay, the relevant evidence, and the clause requirements. This is something similar to the exercises that we did a while ago. All right, so can we discuss section 4.1? Okay, Ms. Khulud, your idea about this 4.1, can you please share with us? Ms. Shaima, Ms. Khulud, Ms. Zara?
I think the contractor is not including the request from the government department, which is to include government procedure 853, and they keep updating the contract, or just they update the appendix without going to the main target or request or the requirement, which is to be compliant with government procedure 853, while the training company, they are doing their own procedure, which is not meeting the requirements of this contract.
Okay, now what is the clause requirements we can say here? The ISO 9001-2015 clause requirements that was not fulfilled, you know? What is the clause?
I couldn't, I think it's number 4, organization and the context of the organization, something.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now in here, since there is a how do you call this non-compliance to the contract requirements, you know, like say for example here. All right, so the organization, okay, this is the non-conformity statement, the problem, okay? The organization made changes regarding to processes and procedures, but did not provide sufficient information regarding the implementation of government procedure 853. Okay, so that is the non-conformity statement. Now, what is the evidence? Okay, the evidence is that the original contract made by the organization did not confirm any reference to the government procedure 853, and hence the contract had not been identified at the time of the organization when they accepted the contract. Okay, so what is the clause? This is now clause 8.2.3, review of the requirements for products in the organization. Because, you know, in this class, when we discuss this, okay, there should have the ability, you know, for the organization to ensure that they meet requirements, and they should conduct the review before committing or accepting any changes to the contract. You know, what was happened in the scenario, in the situation, was that they just accepted the requirements, but then there was no review. Are they able to, you know, comply to these requirements? Are they going to accept this? You know, there should have a review internally within the organization. Okay, so clearly in here there is a non-conformity. Okay, so one tips that we should remember, class, when we are answering situational um, with regards to NC statement, okay, is that we always go through with the standard requirements, okay, and try to relate that with the scenario. Okay, so this is about contracts, review of the requirements of products and services. Now, another question. Here, this situation now is this is not a non-conformity, okay? Instead, this requires further investigation, just like what I told you a while ago, class. Okay, there are question or situation given in the examination where there is no non-conformity, but it will require you to give the reasons why there is a there is no yet sufficient evidence, okay, and what is the audit trail that you should follow, okay, like what further discussion that you should do to ensure that there is no really a non-conformity. So I want you to answer this again, and then we will discuss.
Shall we start solving it?
Okay. All right. Now, so let us solve this one. This is not a non-conformity. That's correct. So what is the reason for you why this is a not conformity? Shaima? Any answer? Miss Khulud?
Yeah, because when the auditor asked about the document, he did not receive it. First, they delayed. Second, he asked us one of the staff that he told him he is not familiar about this document. So from the beginning, this document is not available at the company. Well, the manager asked the first question that all the information will be in the guide to identify and dealing with the insurance risk document.
Okay. Now, what is the audit trail? You know, like what further questions that you should ask to your auditee with regards to this? Now, in here, if that is the case, okay, in your examination, you can include any other points from the standard. Okay, for example, okay, so let's open a sample answer. Okay, here, you need to put the reason why there was no non-conformity. Okay, so there was no non-conformity found in the document, and further investigation is needed. This is because the report lacks evidence to confirm the existence of actions as described in the procedure, the guide to identifying and dealing with risk. So what are the four audit trails to follow? Okay, so four. Clause 10.2 has the quality risk has been identified and controls are put in place to demonstrate the preventive actions are identified and has been taken. Okay, so this is clause 10.2. Also, you can also include like evaluating and determining how they address the corrective action. Was their evaluation, was their determination they did, to address the action? That is also clause 10.2. Or say, for example, ensure that the described document that has given by the business manager meet the requirements and has they established training and awareness program for those concerned. Because in the situation class, when you ask the CEO, okay, whether he is aware of this guide to identifying and dealing with insurance, he said that he is not aware of this one. So the organization may need to furtherly intensify the process of awareness, of communication, so that this related risk in the organization is complied. Okay, and of course related to roles and responsibility in clause 5.3. So check who is responsible, okay, has signed for this process, and how the organization determine the responsibility and authority. Okay, so you can cite any clauses of the international standard that you can do a further follow up with your audit. Okay, either for example, another example here is the audit trail to further review and determine if quality risk has been identified and addressed. This is clause 6.1. Okay, 5.3 also management review. Look for the minutes of management review meeting if this is addressed, okay, related to the status of corrective action. Okay, so you can always go through with further investigation if you think the non-conformity is not available.
Audit trail. The audit trail mean how can we dig more on this issue or non-conformity?
Exactly. Right. How can you dig more on the issue? Like you need to go back to the other points to be considered. Okay, because when we are doing an audit, like say for example, we are auditing HR, and HR told this 1, 2, 3, and then HR suddenly mentioned another department, that is concerned in that process. You may want to verify that to the other process, just to confirm, okay, that the statement given, by this HR team is really implementing like this. So audit trail, you can dig more exactly. Okay. All right, so that is the structure of the examination. Okay, so again, all right, in the examination class, in section number 3, there is three situation that they will put. Okay, so here is the another situation. Okay, so you have here all the sample. Okay, you can do a review. Actually, you can try to answer this in your own. Okay, so that during the examination you will be able to easily answer those questions. Miss Kulud, you have a question?
Yeah, related to the 4.2, the non-conformity or the reason. I have just to mention the non-conformity because I don't know the answer sample that you showed us.
In here, the reason is you just have to give reason why there was no sufficient evidence for reporting non-conformity.
Like the way I answered, I have to use it. I have to use the same way at the exam, or it is a wrong way.
So what you can do in here, you can say that there is no non-conformity in the situation and requiring further investigation because what is the reason? Okay, you need to write the reason. So the audit trail now will come with this supporting points that you wanted to include.
But how we understood that there is no conformity since yani, the auditor asked about the document and he did not receive it.
So in here, when we say a non-conformity, there is a total lapse in the implementation of the standard. Yeah, but in this case, there is no non-conformity, but just a little non-compliance. That's why that is observation. And if there is an observation, we need to dig more. We need to furtherly assess, evaluate the scenario. Like we need to check the other process. Maybe it's in there. Maybe it's not there. There is no total lapse or breakdown to the requirements of the standard. So in this case,
Honestly,
for example, all right, here we can say the reason why, etc., etc. All right, and then we can write also here. Let's say, for example, okay, here. Let's say this is the reason. Okay, no non-conformity in the situation and requires further investigation. Okay, because there is a lack of evidence to confirm existence of action as stated in the guide to identify and dealing with risk. So basically in here, you're not saying that there is a major breakdown in the standard. However, you need to investigate further. Okay, and when you are investigating further, these are now the things that you should check to verify, okay, effective implementation of the requirements of the standard. So this now is the further investigation as documented in here.
Sorry to disturb you, but how can I differentiate between the both yani? Like what I understood, if the auditor asks about a document or an evidence and the company do not have this document or evidence, so it is non-conformity. So I could not get the situation exactly here. Like my answer was that there is a non-conformity because they do not receive the document that they asked about it. So how can I know if
document, I think it's available within the organization, but I think CEO is not aware, right, sir?
Exactly. So the document is available, the guide to identifying and dealing with insurance risk. Okay, this was confirmed by the business manager because I think the business manager is new. Okay, and you while checking this point, you asked further the CEO. Okay, and when you ask the CEO, he tells you that he is not familiar with the document. Okay, so it's like you are asking the business manager, and the business manager tell you about this document, the guide to identifying and dealing question. All right, and then you wanted to evaluate this further. Okay, and he asked you and he tell you those answer. After interviewing the business manager, you ask again the CEO. And when you ask the CEO about this book, okay, he tells you that he is not familiar with this. So in this
Yeah.
case, okay, since he is not familiar, what further investigation that you should do? Okay, uh, I think I need to assess and evaluate the communication and awareness of the people. Okay, that is why in here in the further investigation, okay, we mention about evidences of them, whether there was a training conducted. Okay, maybe awareness is lacking, but we cannot confirm yet. Okay, not unless we have seen objective evidences. Okay, or what else other points that I should consider? Was there a person responsible for that process? Okay, is it determined by the organization? So I may need to look further and assess the roles and responsibility in clause 5.3. Okay, or I would like to evaluate further the risk register of the organization. Was the risk identified? Okay, and control has been in place. Okay, that is now clause 6.1. So now during your audit trail, if you noted, if you assess that these are not available at all, then that is now the opportunity for you to raise a non-conformity, that really there is a problem. But in here we are furtherly doing a investigation to come up with a conclusion that there is really a finding, that there is really a non-conformity. Okay, that is why in auditing, whenever the auditee presented you a records, any evidence, we need to verify this further. And during the verification, if we noted that, yeah, this is not implemented, then that is now the time that we should do the raising of non-conformity. All right. Any
Okay.
other questions?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. What, Madam Shaima?
Clear.
Okay. What about Zara? I think Zara is not there anymore. Okay. Now, in general, with the course class, is there any other clarification? The clauses of the standard, the examination. So, since we completed already the training, okay, I will relay your request to the training coordinator on Sunday, okay, regarding your link for the video recording, okay, as well as the schedule of the examination, okay. And of course, it's good also that you do some kind of a heads up with them as well with regards to the schedule of the examination. But I will definitely relay your concern to them.
I'm already in
So how-
contact with them, but they are not answering. And I have a question related to the assignments. To who I have to send? I already asked Jenny yesterday, and I do not receive any answer yet.
Okay, so what you can do in the assignment, okay, send it to this email address. I will write in the chat box. Okay,
Yeah,
either
please.
Jenny.
And usually the exam, how many hours?
For the examination, it will take for 2 to 3 hours.
2 to 3 hours.
Yes.
Okay, if we have any questions until the time of the exam, so can we ask you over email, WhatsApp, or etc.? Like, how can we reach you if we have any question?
Okay. With that regards, because during the examination, you may
No, not during the exam, until the day of the exam, during the whole week. If I have a question.
yeah, you can reach us here. I will send you the number also. Okay.
So the first
Look for me.
email for the assignment, the second email to contact with you, it is your email.
Yeah, that's my email.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So you can call the office and look for me. Okay. If, say, for example, I am not available, I will definitely get you back on this. Okay. So just, of course, through your concern to Jenny. Okay. Jenny will communicate that to me accordingly.
Okay. And can we get the answers of the mock-up exam that you showed us today? Like, can we receive it by email, WhatsApp, etc.? If
You
possible.
want a copy? Let's see how we can do that. Just a minute.
And for the assignments, we have to solve it and send it. It will be a part of the grades related to the exam.
Yes. Okay. With the exercises, by the way, you need to submit that also in the email address that I sent you. Okay, because we need to also do the assessment for that. That is part of the continuous assessment.
Okay, so all the exercises from 2
Yes.
until 10.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I sent you now. All right. The because it's currently in use. Just a minute, huh? No. Okay. You'll be able to send one. Okay, can you check this one? So this is just a sample examination class, okay? So
I cannot see anything.
it's in the chat box.
In chat box, the latest things is your mobile number.
There is another one. I just
You
sent
post
now.
any file?
Yeah. There is a sample answer there.
No, I couldn't receive. I don't know.
You can refresh. I downloaded already.
Already you have it, Ms. Kulud? Okay.
Yes.
Now, okay. This one class, this is just for a reference. Okay, how you will do the mock examination. Okay. All right. So any other question? Any other clarification, class?
No, thank you.
What about Madam Kulud?
No, everything is clear. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So I hope you enjoyed the class. Okay, for ISO lead auditor 9001 2015. I hope you will be able to apply this. Okay, in your future auditing career. How you do an audit, whether this is internal or external. All right.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kulud.
I
Thank you.
enjoyed the classes with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much as well, Miss Shaima.
Thank you also.
All right. Thank you.